What's up, peoples? Good evening.
Matthew calling me, yelling at me. Go downstairs, brother, nicely.
What?
Look at all these cars, Pat. This ain't happening. No. No, look at all these fucking cars. Somebody's gonna call the cops. And it'll probably be Morgan. Everybody's gonna go, dude. This is ridiculous. She woke. Tell her, don't tell me no, dude. This is ridiculous. She woke up Aubrey too. There's people out front making fucking noise, dude. Somebody's gonna call the cops. Really? There's a fucking car out there with the fucking lights on, dude. Somebody's gonna call the cops, Tyler. I'm not fucking dealing with it.
The fuck?
Tyler. I swear to fucking God, if the fucking cops come to this fucking house, I want everybody out. Get everybody fucking out of here. This is ridiculous. I'll come down there and tell them myself. I get one more fucking complaint. My ass is coming down there and everybody's leaving, or I'll call the cops and have them all removed.
Fuck, why can't you just fucking listen? Because you're telling them. Why you gonna give me a hard time? You're already on the phone with them.
You call, maybe I'll fucking listen.
Fuck, don't give me a hard time.
I'm not giving you a hard time.
Wow. He's a fucking idiot. What's up, peoples? What's happening?
You're on the road. Where you going? On the nod? No, I'm just relaxing. Listen, baby, like,
Believe?
I saw a colleague. One. I don't know if it was the smokers.
God.
What?
Matthew keeps fucking texting me.
Okay. All right. I'm calling him right now.
Here comes another call.
Good morning, Nancy. Nope. No sleeping. No sleep again, Nancy. Sleepless night. What you doing? You smoking? What you smoking on there? What you got smoking, Nancy? It's getting late. Time to send everybody out. Getting ready to. Hell yeah. Me too. Bucko. I just transplanted today. I'm all cleaned up. Duck butt. How can you tell duck butt? Little duck butt. Oh, yeah. It's all going outdoors. Duck butt Celsius. Yeah, it's getting there. Little day by day. Thank you. No fluffing. No fluffing. Hell no. These bitches are gonna boom outside.
I still see a bunch of cars over here. Car in my fucking driveway.
The car's been there.
What?
The car's been there.
The car just got here.
The kind of driver was here, unless another one pulled in.
I saw that car pull down the driveway and pull in the driveway not very long ago. You said it was picking somebody up.
That car left.
So that car hasn't been here that long.
The car in the driveway's been there. What the fuck you want? Fuck.
Coming with me?
No. No. OMG, what's up, brother? Good morning. for sure, OMG. Another morning to be alive. Above the ground. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Link's up there.
Good morning, Papa. You're on mute.
Thank you. What's up? How you been?
Good morning, Cat. Oh, I'm doing good. Just making some coffee.
Making some coffee.
Oh,
Yep, 420.
yeah. Perfect time to wake up at.
Hell yeah. Yep. Frank, your 2 duck foots are the biggest ones so far.
Just some of my duck foots that just popped up.
Oh, there you go.
I use those for outside easy transplanters.
Yeah.
They'll stay there until it's time to go outside. I can get them quite big in that little starting tray.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
A fucking cold one this morning. Been warming up, but now it's pretty cold today.
Yeah. What's the temperature? I got 34 degrees.
I think it's below freezing today for me.
Yeah, for sure.
I got you, Cat. Water's cold. What else? See what is some of my garden I got beans. I got some peas. The cats are fucking with my peas a little bit. Got some tomatoes, different herbs and stuff. So that tray is pretty much all flowers. There's all my summer plants though started.
Oh yeah, I like those. I like those.
Yeah, beans, peas, tomatoes, all kinds of stuff. A lot of different stuff. What's this? Oh, we got some marigolds on that one. I got a lot of stuff there though. Pretty much got the whole outside garden ready already.
There you go.
Hey, good morning, Mark. A lot of people's been worried about you. They ain't seen you in a few days. Hope you're doing good. Good. Not good on the busy part, but good you've been good. Around a tree after I showed up the old stuff. Going outside work's fun. I've been fighting a beaver the last few days. My stupid beaver came back and he's been building his dam. He flooded out my yard. I've been fighting with him. He probably rebuilt his dam again last night. Ooh, this is a good coffee this morning. One more day or so, I can try that new weed. How's my lighter? There it is. I gotta fucking, once it gets bright enough, go walk down to the Redemp Center and shit, fucking cash in some bottles so I can get some cat litter. Fucking got everything and forgot the cat litter. No, it's not cheap. Fucking cost me about $20 a week in fucking cat litter to take care of 4 cats. So basically like $5 a week a cat. Hey, good morning, Nancy. I'm just being frank. And you know damn well OMG is gone as soon as I hopped on the panel. Yeah, I changed my name, Nancy. I'm just being frank. I'm not doing the fucking cannabis stuff anymore. I've had some life-changing events go on and shit, so, you know, made me change some decisions that I made and how I do things. You know, it's my main account. I just quit. I'm not doing cannabis really anymore. There's no point in doing the cannabis. I talk over people's heads and I'm too intimidating, so I'm not the right guy to help the community. We'll let the rest of the community develop at their own pace. I realize that I'm about 20 years advanced of most of the cannabis community. I'm about 20 years ahead of pretty much anything that they do. So I realized it's going to take them a long time. You know, 20 years is a good portion of most of my shit. Just living life, man. Food reviews. People like the cards. A little bit of conspiracies because apparently I'm allowed to do conspiracies. But a second I talk about weed, I get myself in trouble. Yeah, definitely going to be doing a lot of food reviews. You know, it's just we lost a family member the other day and shit. So, you know, we spent more time with family, and you know, it was unexpected car accident. So it made me think about things. Oh, for sure. If I was to actually write a book, it wouldn't be short. It's it would be the hardest process would be compiling all that information. Nobody would want to read it though, because if I was to write a book, it would be pretty much on college level. And to keep people entertained, I realized why people like Ed Rosenthal wrote their book so simple, or the Grower's Hand Guide to Growing Marijuana and shit like that. They're all basic, simple books. It's because most people are not at college level, let alone high school graduate. I have no clue how most of these people even graduated with trigonometry and shit. So the factor that most of these people made it through trig without even knowing trig, makes you question the whole fucking system. I've come to the conclusion that a lot of these guys just get thrown through the system. I may have been one of the few that got thrown out of the system. Yeah, you tell that to half of the women that read smut. He slowly caressed his hand down her chest and then started rubbing her clitoris. No, come on, man. Most of the fucking books out there that sell are smut. Nobody wants to read a fucking facts. And then if it is college level, they want like college level publications. You're going to have the sources. There's a lot of shit you got to go through to verify your facts and shit to make sure that you actually get what you need. Is I've been told several times that I should write a book, but I don't think people like Seymour, Mad Labs, and shit like that understand what you actually have to go through to put out a book on the level that I'm talking about. You'd have to put a lot of work into it. And then, see, I've done some stuff like this when I was in high school many, many years ago. And citing sources and stuff like that is very dangerous. You got to be careful to avoid copyright, lawsuits, shit like that. Like I wrote a book when I was fucking younger. Because I'm not capable of writing stupid. I just don't think that way. It's hard to explain. Like I'll grasp on the edge, and then I did have a really great book the other day. Thought about publishing it. I was gonna call it The Book with No Words and just post a bunch of pictures. Well, you gotta admit, fucking, we the smart stoners of basically, I would say probably like the ones that the smartest out of the cannabis users are definitely the growers. There are a few that don't grow that are pretty intelligent, but for the most part, some of the most intelligent ones are the ones that have tried growing or grown a little bit. So that puts them like in a higher field of the on the cannabis industry. So, which is only like a small fraction, and then the inside the growers, you're talking like the ones that are interested in advancing are only like 1%. So there may be like I think like 40% of the population or something. It might have been like consume cannabis. It was quite high. I think it was something around that point. I don't remember exactly. I'd have to go back and check the chat GP. But we got a pretty good population that smoke weed, but you got to figure out of that 40%, only 1% is actually interesting in advancing. And then here's the biggest factor. The ones that are really interested in advancing are usually German. They're not even Americans. Americans aren't even like fucking interested. You got the people like the Germans that will learn fucking 3, 4, 5 languages and then interested in advancing in like every topic. They're the only ones. So that would, if anything, that would have to be the target audience, would be go over there to aim at Germany. Some of the most sophisticated cannabis talks that I've had are with Germans. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I figure. In about 20 years, I'll start seeing cannabis in the dispensary that are on my level. And, I knew that it's going to take a little bit because I got the many years of prohibition ahead of me. So it puts me in a better spot. See, that's something I actually don't feel. I don't give a fuck, honestly. Like, I know that the fact that I got some of the best weed in the world is straight up fucking stinks. I don't feel a need that I have to prove myself. Either you believe me or you don't. It's that simple. The ones who believe me grow my shit. The ones who don't, they do their own thing. And pretty much that simple. I don't have to prove it to anybody. It's not my loss if they don't accept the fact that they don't want to try some of the stinkiest weed in the world. That's their loss. Good morning, 840. Yeah, I've been enjoying this vacuum tech hash, man. I totally recommend that. This is the greatest idea that I've been given since like many years. The vacuuming of hash, to dry it out, telling you top notch. You make bubble hash over there, Nancy, or you just smoke flower? Good morning, Nico. Just a flower girl. Not much, just getting up. Pretty good morning over here so far. So this new method, like I was a big fan of dry ice because it did make some of the best products preserving the terpenes. But this new method, I can beat the dry ice. And it's a hell of a lot cheaper to make water hash than dry ice. Dude, you wouldn't believe what they want. So so it's basically a pound of dry ice per um ounce of flour. So 1 ounce of flour takes a pound of dry ice. Now, around here for a 5 pound block, they're trying to charge $120 for a 5 pound block. That's just flat out ridiculous. Depends on where you live. If you're over by Papa, dry ice really ain't bad price. Like I believe they sell it for like $3 to $5 a pound over by Papa. But he's like he's in the uh lobster capital over there. They got a lot of lobsters off the coast. So because they use a lot of dry ice in the fish market, so it makes it cheaper. I tell you what, this year is not going to be friendly to you guys for soil. I hope everybody's already stocked up on their stuff because with the prices of the gas has also increased the prices of soil. So I haven't seen this since what was the last time? What was it? It was that last war. I think it was like 2017 time or something like that. We had some oil crisis. So it's been about almost 10 years and since we've seen prices like this. So now I'm seeing the bales of Pro Mix jump up from the $60 a bale back up to $100, $120 a bale. So far at this point, we're not as bad as the last recession we went through, but this is still a pretty bad one. We might crawl out of it though, depending on what this dude in office decides to do and shit. Like, I'm not too political, but all I care about is the price of my soil and shit like that. Oh, I haven't used Advanced in years. I used to grow really, really good stuff with Advanced. That was my go-to before. Yeah, I really liked that. It came in it was 3 parts and that 3 part was really nice. The only thing I didn't really like about the Advanced is the PK. I couldn't get that exactly the ratio that I wanted. So that's what ended up driving me to like it. I could grow almost an absolutely perfection plant with the Advanced with the veg, but when it came to the flower, I could never get it quite right. Yeah, it will go back down as soon as we're out of this crisis. it's never going to go back down to the original point it was, because you figure 10 years ago, the last oil crisis or whatever the fuck happened 10 years ago, that drove the gas prices up. Before that incident, it was $40 a barrel Pro Mix here. It was the original standing point, which then drove it up to $120, which then dropped it back down to 60. And they've just stayed $60 at that point since then. So now you figure we're jumped back up to $120. It might go a little bit higher, and then we'll probably drop down to, it'll probably stick around $80. So everything's going to go back down, but it's never going to see the original point. It's their way of higher. So they throw it, it's a manipulated system. It's as simple as that. But they throw really high numbers this way. When they drop it back down, they feel like you're getting a deal. It's a whole psychology tactic. I need more coffee. Sugar first. Oh, sugar in this cup. Well, I want to say it's the best design. It's got a few more years behind it. If they continue on the rate that they're at, we probably got about 50 to 60 years left before society crashes. We have a epic economic fucking failure, and so it's definitely going to be when I'm old. I can totally see the system failing, but we're not there yet. I burnt my lip. Yeah, we'll get through this, no problem. Like I said, Nancy, we got like 50 years before this whole system fails, and they have to build a new system. I believe they call it the 100-year plan or something like that, and we're about halfway through the 100-year plan. Little over halfway. They have 100-year plans, 1,000-year plans, 10,000-year plans. Fucking, they got plans based off of like for fucking Christ deal, But the main one we follow is that 100-year. Can't avoid it, dude. You got to live life. You got to pay bills. As for like the political fingers south, who the fuck gives a fuck about them? It's all a rigged system. You just pay the dues and live life. Not possible. Because every time you say something like, oh, my eggs cost too much, just got political. Every time you say, oh, the rent went up, just got political. You get a stupid ticket for parking, it just got political. Nothing you do in this world, unless you're a completely cut out from society, you know, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, my shoulder.
Yeah, it's quite high right now, Nancy. It'll go back down. It's just going to be a rough couple fucking short period. It ain't going to be that long.
No, it won't.
Maybe a year or two.
It'll go quick.
Yeah. Look how fast the virus world went by, you know? It was like after 2 years, the world started going normal again.
There she is. She's coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a period during that 2 times where I had to wipe my ass with tissues because people were freaking out so bad and bought all the toilet paper. Yeah, do what you got to do to survive. Yep.
Shit, did I show you that plant that was dead yesterday? Oh, it looked dead.
Yeah.
That thing's booming, bro.
Oh, I bet once you gave her a new plot.
Yeah, she's fucking peaking right now.
I bet it was dry as a bone when you dumped that thing out.
Oh, dry as a motherfucker. All dust came out. I was like, fuck. But she's doing good.
Yeah, that's my problem right there, is doing exactly that. I'll leave them until they do that, and it hurts them a little bit, but in the end, they turn out all right. Lose a couple leaves because of it and shit, but it just helps with the defoliation process. Yeah, they are, Nancy. So I was reading an article this morning. Someone published it on the fucking news site, as dumb as it is, some fucking Karen bitch or some shit. You know, she published a little article how her service was crap at a fucking restaurant because they didn't bring the meals out at the same time. And, you know, dude, people are just straight up Karens. I can tell you, if I go to a restaurant with you and I order something simple like a fucking grilled ham and cheese, fucking with a tomato soup because I'm not super hungry, but I'm hungry enough, and you order a 5-course steak meal with everything, I better get my goddamn grilled cheese before you get your steak meal, because I'm not waiting for you to eat that steak meal to eat my grilled cheese, you know what I mean? I get it. It's like standard custom at home to have everybody served at the same time, but everybody's eating the same meal at home. There's a difference at home than fucking to a restaurant. You know, just people are fucking Karens and nitpick. Customs and shit. Little belief factors that people are implanted into their mind. You know, I wasn't brought up with those stupid standards. I didn't even have a fucking role model, if you know what I mean. So, you know, there's no rules like eat at the dinner table. And I observed all this shit of the customs of society and what they tried to implant on people. You know, I just never fell for it because I just didn't have a role model. I imagine if I had a role model, things would have turned out a lot different. You know, I would have been another robot sheeple that follows in line and does what they say. Oh, cheers. We'll go with the bong. Gotta put down the phone. Cheers, Nancy. Of course, I started my day off with this bong over here. At 4:20 a.m., I hopped up here and said cheers to Papa.
Yeah, me too. With the Puffco.
Fucking hash. Only problem with it, it wants to smoke itself. Good hash doesn't stop burning. Yeah, but back on that factor, like it doesn't matter what you're doing. Even like fucking cannabis has their politics, fucking, or stuff like gaming. Even gaming has their politics. You got your fucking people that make the rules, and then you always got the anarchists in every system. No matter what one you go in, there's always someone trying to burn it down. You know, Seymour made a really good point just the other day. He actually talked about bug politics. As crazy as that sounds, but you know, it's the what we call a symbiotic relationship between nature. Dude, those are fucking politics between those animals. Fucking the bees know their place between the bees and the grasshoppers, and the grasshoppers with the locusts, etc. Crickets, all of them fall in that family. You know, they got their own little judicial system. And the monarch butterflies over there, you know, the butterflies and moths and all that shit, they got their own little system. And it's all political too. Like it really does. You watch these fuckers, and you got ants that carry the aphids, which the aphids, you know, they farm them for food, but at the same time, they're also working on the side to help the survival to maintain these. It's fucking wild when you look at every little detail of nature. Mine too. So, hold on a second. I gotta blow my nose. Sorry about that. Yeah, my cat's got a hierarchy system too. My Sprinkles cat, she is the leader of the hierarchy, but she's getting a little old. So, and then so the last few years she's been strictly pretty much indoor cat, but she ran the hierarchy for years and years around here of all the stray cats. Now it's a little distraught without her. Like she straight up ran a gang of fucking stray cats, but since she became old and she's, you know, she doesn't want to leave inside and stuff, I've watched this cult of stray cats fall apart, and they don't really know what to do with themselves without her. So they'll come over to the cage and they'll try to like ask her advice and shit. I see this shit, but you know, she's just too old to give a fuck anymore. I kind of feel like that's almost where we stand as a humanity at politics too. You know, observing your little hierarchy of your cats, you know, their hierarchy falls and rises a little faster than ours. So they'll drop off, you know, because their life's a lot shorter. And that's the great part with watching these short animals. Like, that's part of what I've enjoyed with like breeding rabbits and fish. And so, like, they all, even the fish have a fucking hierarchy with the cichlids and or guppies. And you got aggressive ones like look, and then you got like leadership ones. They're just like us, no different. You just get to watch the rise and fall of their society a lot faster. And of course, environmental factors interact with phenotype expressions, and genotype can be manipulated through selective breeding and shit. Yeah, that's what happens a lot of times. Either the old ones will appoint the younger ones into the hierarchy, or uh, the younger ones will take over and then overthrow the hierarchy. You know, and we see it go both ways in society. We see it. What is it? Is it? It's somewhere's like I think is Nepal Switzerland? I think it's Nepal over there. Their little young generation just overthrew the whole fucking government. You know, and that's what it comes to if you don't appoint somebody from the younger hierarchy. It will be overthrown by the younger hierarchy in the end, regardless. So the old people are always going to fall. It happens in every great civilization. Fucking, they always have the rise and the fall of every civilization. Is that where it is, India? It's somewhere's over there. They just fucking straight up overthrew their whole government, though. I wasn't really like touching base on the fact that I'm just more touching on the topic that it's just the fact of, you know, that's what us as animals do. Pattern and repeat. I don't think there's much wild elephants left. I think we destroyed them for that ivory game and shit. I think most of the wild elephants are pretty much gone. There's a lot of shit like that that me and you and our generation got to see that a lot of these younger guys will never ever get to see because we've offed a lot of generations. Oh, totally. It's what is the living the lifestyle where you feel you need to surround yourself with objects that are completely useless in your life. Like I've never understood that. Well, I got a taste of losing everything really young, and it's turned me into like the minimalist lifestyle where I could basically throw up everything that I got into a book bag and I can take off with it. So I don't really have much stuff because I don't feel like we need much, and I feel like if I'm not going to use it more than a couple times a year, it's not really worth keeping on to. It's just greed. People want more than what they need. I'm happy with the. I don't need more smoke. Like I don't got the fucking ton of smoke right now. Like, I got this jar and there's a ball hash too, and then I got this bowl over here, and so but I don't need more. I'm happy with it. I can live with that. When it starts getting low, I'll worry again. But there's some people that just never reach that point of like satisfaction. They'll keep reaching and striving for more and more and more and more.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's that time of year. So I've actually thought about this, Nancy, and the only thing we would need a planet for, if we become so advanced that this system failed, we wouldn't need to go anywheres in the end because our technology would advance. God, fucking fuzzies are bothering me this morning, going all over me. But we would have advanced to the point already where we now can create a system where, basically like a biodome type deal on a spaceship, whatever, which means now our universe is mobile, which wouldn't uh, tie us down to just one particular planet. This would then give us the range to go basically anywhere as we want. Yeah, once society has advanced to the point of leaving this planet, we will no longer have a need for any planet. The only thing we would have to stop by is basically strip fucking planets for their resources. become a resource derived. Strip some iron off of one rock, strip some fucking gold off another. Oh yeah, that's what parasites do. What do you expect? We're a fucking organism derived off of mostly parasitic organisms. We're not even human if you think about it. Most of our cells are microorganisms that are derived off of parasitic. So, in the end, we are a parasitic being. We're just here to suck the life out of everything. I accept it for what it is. Some people just don't want to go into it. Like I was talking about this yesterday. Like I've accepted the fact that we suck the life out of a lot of things, and I think we should allow it to the change. You know, allow it to go. You know, we're over here trying to drain every last drop out of it by stocking trout and you know breeding pheasants for pheasant hunting, and we release all this shit. Why not? The only reason these populations are sustaining is because of us. At this point, we've already destroyed it. Let it go. For sure. It's not rocket science. Greed will be our downfall. Ooh, that coffee is wrecking my stomach. Good morning, Frank. Cheers, dude. Yeah. I don't know. What, have you been up all night? You should probably fucking get into the things like I'm talking about, fucking hash or you know, make some dabs and smoking on top of your weed if that's the point you're trying to reach, or make edibles if that's the goal you're trying to achieve, is knock yourself the fuck out. With concentrates, you can reach higher points. Yeah, Keef. There you go. Put some Keef on that ball. I got a ridiculous high tolerance. If I want to even like reach the point of getting decent high, I have to consume like fucking few thousand milligrams, or I have to mix drugs because my tolerance is so high.
Yeah.
Figure I've been smoking this shit since I was 13 years old, so it's a lot of years of a tolerance. That's what I'm talking about, Frank. Right now, where I sit about in my life, 400 milligrams is a good point, but that's a large habit to consume. So, but that's what I need about a day, is about 400 milligrams. And that's just like on the THC part. That doesn't count all the other spectrums of the different molecules and shit. Full spec, about a gram a day. I like to consume a little lower on the THC side, more of a full spec, large terpenes, a lot of CBN, CBGs, CBD, the rare molecules and shit. So I find it helps a little bit better. So if I go straight THC, like high THC, and the ones that are like 80% and shit like that, those ones I'll need to go a lot higher. So then I'll have to consume like 1,200 milligrams of that, which of the THC side of just straight like isolates and shit, just to catch a buzz. It's a little different. Oh, so you're already on the mixing factor too. So you figured that out too. Yeah. So yeah. So in reality, you're probably consuming like 2,000 milligrams full spectrum, 2,500, 2,000 with the whole full spectrum factor involved. You're up to a couple grams or so. But it's about 5 grams of cannabis where I said at. From flower aspect to reach those milligrams, it's usually about 5 to 7. That's what I consume daily, is 5 to 7 grams of weed. depending if it's in hash form or dab form or etc. In the end, it all matters about the weight of the weed. I would love to truly break down how much I consume a day, because you should. So that's one of the biggest factors that play a role in my consumption and my growing and stuff like that is the how much I consume a day. So I write a lot of this down. I write it down in my little pink notebooks, the one I've been using lately. I'll write down how much each plant yields, how much each plant, what they produce for like different rosins. I'll test them on the rosin, their hash productions, etc. And then how much I consume of each plant. And I write a lot of that shit down so I can have an understanding of my consumption level. And you can watch it increase over the years. But it knows me, a big factor is it tells me how much I need to grow, which is actually quite a bit. It's hard to, the 6 plant count that they give me, it's not right. Because of different people's consumption rates, locking each individual as a recreational, even on the recreational, people are still using it for a medical aspect of it. Deny it or not, fucking, you're consuming it because you need it for a medical purpose, regardless. And so each one of us are going to consume less or more than each individual, and we shouldn't be tied down to just one number. 7 to 10 grams. Yeah, about there. So a half a gram to a gram of rosin. So you're smoking about, you already got the flower factor, and about a gram of rosin is usually about 6 or 7 grams of weed. So you're at about, I would say, we'll throw it on the high end. You're probably consuming about 18 grams of weed a day from the flower aspect. So that's what you need. You need 18 grams a day, which means you need quite a few ounces a month. What would that? You're like 10 grams short of an ounce. We can undershoot it, say, fucking half ounce a day. So 30, you need about 60 ounces a month to produce your habit. And that's on the low end. It's actually like 70, 78, I think. It's not exactly, maybe. Yeah, 78, I think. So you need 78 ounces to fulfill your habit fully. But 60 would cut you a little short, but you could get by and scrape with 60. You won't have some of the best days, but that's how much you need to grow. You need to grow at least 60 to 70 ounces a month, which it takes about 4 months. So Damn, dude. That's a lot of fucking weed, dude. That's a hard one to even achieve on your own just to grow. Just thinking about that, that's a lot of fucking weed to grow. So, say you're getting 3 ounces of plant, and that plant took you about 4 months to grow. Just your average 4 months or 3 ounce plant. On the low end, that's usually where your average little 3 gallon plant sits. Basically, but the more gallons you add, the more time you veg, etc. So there's a lot of factors that go into that shit. But uh, 3 divided by 20. You need about like 25 or 26 plants every run to fulfill your habit. If you're gonna do it that like, or change it up in longer yield time, which then adds more to the math. But for an average 4 month cycle, you need about 25 plants. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I'm talking about. These plant counts in illegal states and shit like that, like it definitely limits us, and I don't believe it should be like that. Like we should be, if we could just do this openly, that 25 plant count number, we could drop that down a whole lot by doing the outdoor shit and then mixing in a little bit of that, because that don't take a fuck ton of work. If we add the factor of outdoor plants into that, and we could just grow it publicly and just nobody gave a fuck, it would make it a hell of a lot easier for us. But right now, where we sit, I just seen a post where a guy got busted for growing too close. He lived in a house that was too close to a school zone, and he got busted, and they called him a massive grow operation. He had a fucking 2x2 grow tent with some plants on a fucking drying rack, and a couple little plants. And I would say like about as much weed as less weed than what I have. So he had less weed than what I had, and and they call him a massive grow bust, and and that's where we sit right now, is where they're busting people still for fucking ridiculous small quantities. They don't understand what we consume.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah, he was an older gentleman. He just lived a little in a bad zone and not a so friendly state. I don't remember exactly what state it was, but I know they weren't so friendly. They're a little stricter than mine. I noticed in my state they started selling I think they're capping us off at 1,250 milligrams. So it's a grant for the uh when it comes to edible concentrate, that's where they capped us off on certain products, and that's not a single dosage, but it is a single dosage to me. But you know what I mean? That's the biggest product on the market, I believe, is 1,000, and it's expensive as fuck. But that's a single dosage to me if I really wanted to get fucked up, or maybe 2 days or 3 days of dosage at most if I could cut it out. They got different categories where, so each one of the different forms you can have. So depending on like flour, I can have 5 pounds at my house. Well, concentrate, I believe I can have 3 ounces. So I can have, and then edibles, I'm not sure the limit on that. But you can stockpile quite a bit. Well, it's kind of hard to achieve that, especially on an indoor grow. Outdoor, fuck yeah, I could achieve that, but that's garbage weed. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I just had to make my coffee.
Well, you have that coffee.
So, what I miss? I had to back up a little bit. Ah. A horse can be expensive. Depends. It's either expensive or a lot of work. Just buying a horse can be expensive if you want a fucking prized horse. I know my buddy over here had like one of his horses were like a fucking $10,000 horse. Just for the horse is $10K. But I've seen little like mini ponies and shit. Fucking people just give them away on Facebook. A miniature, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, the people just give those away sometimes, depending if it's a prize or not. Like fucking, some people just buy them and then they realize they can't take care of the little mini pony, and fucking people give those away all the time. So you can get the horse for free. Now comes grooming and all that shit. You got to be able to. You got to take care of their hoofs, and you got to be able to feed them. You got to clean their stalls all the fucking time. Like. Take the gnats and burrs and shit out of their fur, their mane. It's a lot of work to maintain it. So that's where it can become expensive, is when you're paying somebody to do the work for you. And that's where the rich snobby people come into play, and it becomes expensive for them because it's a lot of work. And you know, you want a guy like me to over there to fucking shovel shit out of your stall and shit like that. You better be paying me damn well good if for a horse that I don't want. It's what it is. It's too much work. Almost lost my dick to a horse. I was grooming the old blind bastard. Stepped behind it, not thinking, made a mistake. That motherfucker kicked me in the leg. Almost kicked me in my dick, like fucking inch away from my dick. Fucked my leg right up. The whole thing was like black and blue. No, I used to take care of I used to work with horses. I also ran a fucking cow farm when I was younger, too. Yeah, fucking out herd the cows, fucking clean their titties, fucking hook the milking machine up, run the conveyor, clean their shit. You know, the works. I did it all. How I got a lot of my knowledge on growing weed and shit like that is because of the fact that I am a fucking farm kid, you know? Not because my dad was a farmer or anything. It's how I got work and shit. That's all there really is around here. I even tried the apple picking for a bit. Dude, I tell you what, I cannot keep up with those Jamaicans. That job is not for me. Those Jamaicans got superpower apple picking. They're just like, "Do, do, do, do." I don't fucking, you can't move like that, man. Yeah. I remember when the fucking cheeseburgers were like 36 cents or something like that for a cheeseburger at McDonald's. And some people remember when they were even fucking cheaper. But yeah, they were like 36 cents for the cheap value menu. And now if you want something, it's almost $5 for the cheapest cheeseburger. It was like four something. Ridiculous. Yeah, fucking crazy part is the value of that cheeseburger hasn't the cheeseburger's still a fucking cheeseburger. So does that means technically the value of our dollar is gone way, way down. When the cheeseburger that's worth 29 cents, that so at that ratio, 4 cheeseburgers is $1 at that time. So the inflation of four, uh, you know, just it's fucking crazy to think about that. The value of a cheeseburger is worth more than a fucking our own dollar. Get 100. Yeah, I used to do shit like that too when I was a kid. Dude, we would fucking have the little fucking bonfire drunken parties, have 100 fucking cheeseburgers. We could afford shit like that. It should be, and it should be a hell of a lot cheaper. There is no reason that cheeseburger should be $5 now. $5 for a single fucking cheeseburger. There's no reason. And work got easier. So because work got easier, like the farms and everything, like it's easier now. So technically that the cheeseburger should have gone down in price, not up. But we see it going up. So we're paying inflation for something that doesn't exist. Where's this inflation going? Because it ain't going to the farmers. The farmers are getting paid less and less. That's why so many of them are going out. A lot of the farms are shutting out, selling out to big corporations because they ain't getting paid as much. Yet the fucking somewhere's in the middle of the middleman, it's just like so this is a great enterprise to look at. Fucking the weed industry. All right. I used to be a weed dealer. I fucking sold pounds and pounds. All right. And I would sell those pounds for dirt cheap. And then I watched that guy underneath me. He would take an ounce or whatever, fucking come for an ounce or come for a pound, and he would take that shit and he would cut it. And then maybe that one guy that couldn't afford on the lower end, depending on what level of the middleman, you got the guys buying pounds. He would then break it up into ounces and sell it to the littler guys. And he would then, make more money. Or then you got the ounce guy that fucking would break up the ounces and break them into grams, and then he would be the grammer guy. But they do it at a largely inflated price. And I watched many times these middlemen would make more money than I would, being the top guy, the grower. And so even, and being the fact that I had bulk, you know I could beat all those little middlemen, but the fact I couldn't be able, it was about connections and stuff like that. I could charge a grossly inflated price, but then it got to sit on my conscience and shit like that. So, I could have took out all those different roles, but the middleman definitely makes a lot of fucking money. Usually twice as much as what the top guy does, if not more. But it's at what cost? The cost on their conscience to know that they fuck somebody else, another human being in the fucking reality. So I'd rather not have that weight. I like the fact that, I know that I got to hook up all these people with some of the best deals that ever fucking existed. But the problem is the middleman. So cut out the middleman. Go straight to the source. I figured that out. That's when I was really, really young. Is I figured it out. Cut out the middleman. Go straight to the top, and you get everything pretty much free. You want the eggs? Farm the chickens. You want the weed? Grow it yourself. You want the fish? Go catch it. Cut right out the middleman. Because, that fucking slice of salmon that they will charge you $40 for that slice of salmon, I can go catch that for free at the river. And then I'll have 2 fillets, $80 worth of salmon. Well, that's what I'm saying. I was the top, so there's always going to be middlemen when you're the top. You're not they're gonna one of your largest customers are gonna be the guys that flip the weed. They ain't smoking that all themselves. They're not smoking a fucking pound a week. They're coming back and forth to fucking flip that pound a week. $11:58 here, time, first pipe of the day. And I started my day at 4:20 this morning. Perfect timing. I'll smoke with you, Robert. Cheers. Yeah, I woke up 4:20 and took my first hit. So us think about this. What really is healthy?
It's healthy. Nothing. Nothing's healthy.
Well, I was thinking about it, even like on the plant aspect. I can have 2 different plants. They could be sisters, yet they'll eat different, and they're completely different plants. So they uptake a completely different regimen of an NPK, from vice versa. And what makes one plant happy isn't the same as what makes the other plant happy. So in the end, to say this is a healthy regimen for this plant isn't quite the same as you can't implement that across the board, because each individual phenotype expression is going to have a different definition of what healthy is. Oh, post the link. I got it, yeah.
Who's that?
The overseas guy.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Ashley. The guy who can't sing.
Nobody can't sing.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Just promise you don't go singing, Ashley.
Keep your singing to yourself. Too early for that shit.
Yeah, that is a big problem behind society is we all want to implement what we think is healthy across everybody. You know, one person might live great off a steak diet, well, another person not so much. There is no like uniform what is really healthy or not. Like one thing that gets me is this whole agenda right here, smoking. They push it across to everybody. Well, one guy might live to be 110 years old smoking. The next guy might drop dead at fucking 30 from a heart attack. But to blame the smoking as the problem, it's not the problem. It's just a problem for some people. It's not a problem for all. Uh, to nitpick at my habit because it doesn't work for you is not the right way to go about it. Just got to accept the fact that it's not meant for you and this is meant for me, not you. Hell yeah. Made some good coffee this morning.
Good coffee?
Yeah, it was a good batch.
Good thing.
Yeah, it does bother some people, and that's their phenotype. Like, one guy may think it stinks, and the next guy might think it smells pleasant. And to the one that it stinks, obviously they just don't need the compound that it's emitting. Well, the other one that thinks it smells and tastes pleasant, their body's probably craving something from the compounds. I like green weed. Some people like purple weed. My body hates purple weed. There's nothing wrong with purple weed. It's just I personally don't like it. It gives me headaches. And so there's something in the anthocyanins that don't agree with me. It doesn't make purple weed bad. It just means that purple weed doesn't work for me. And then therefore influences more problems than have benefits. Oh, for sure.
Morning,
Dude,
Pepper.
this-
Morning, Pepper. Morning, Frank.
Good morning, Ashley. This was a pure white. It was as white as you could get. And this ain't white anymore. It's fucking yellow. But that's my environment. If it bothers you, don't come in my environment. That's pretty much how I look at it.
That's right.
It doesn't bother me. Yeah, some people don't like those vapes or likes those vapes, and I don't like them. So you try to bring a vape in my environment, I'm gonna fucking kick you the fuck out of my environment. Keep that shit in your environment. But if I go into somebody else's environment, I'm not gonna bitch about it because obviously that's what they like. I can't tell somebody else how to live their life and
Live and
their
let live.
situation.
Live and let live. No? When you were young, heart was an open book.
I said no, don't sing,
You
Ashley. We don't want singing.
What?
No singing. Too early.
No more singing. I'll make it rain. It'll be raining. Is the sun out? Yeah, we got Hello,
bright.
Nancy Neptune. Hi, Nancy.
Go see the marijuana.
Robotic.
Backseat OG. You're definitely hybrid. Definitely not an indica. It's hybrid. I see a little bit of everything in it. It's a super mutt. I think it's a lady. Usually bag feeds are ladies. For the most part. Bag feeds you are nowadays are because of hermaphrodite. Used to be back in the day a bag seed could be anything, but now fucking bag seeds are usually guaranteed a fucking lady. I'll be right back.
We'll be here.
It's raining, man. Hallelujah, it's raining, man. Hey, hey. Man. Absolutely soaking wet. Thank God for coffee. That's right, Frank. I'm drinking tea. Thank God for tea as well.
Okay.
Thought about, went to get more coffee. It's probably that bag seed looks like a skunk landrace OG with maybe a micro fraction of berry, but mostly it's got a big chunk of skunk in it. I bet you it's going to be a stinky little bastard. I only keep the best of the best bag seeds. If it's garbage weed, I throw it the fuck away. Some people aren't that way. Like my stepdad, he's got every fucking bag seed that he's collected over the years out of weeds. He's a consumer, not a grower. Sometimes he grows, but only because I got him into it. But he's a consumer. Uh, but yeah, he's collected fucking every bag seed. I don't get many bag seeds either because I'm not really a consumer. I don't really buy much.
I'll put you some food in your bowl. You've got food in the bowl. It's not very exciting, but
Pretty stoned this morning. I want to plant some duck foots all over the place, but I don't know. I was thinking the best way to go about it is uh, trying to like do random ass gorilla grow with no attention. Because I've tried this a few different ways with the seed scattering. You don't really get much survival with the seed scattering, or so making plots. You get a little bit of success, but you still have a large loss ratio. without germination. So what I'm thinking, probably the best way to do this would be go and germinate them first, and then walk around with a bunch of pre-germinated weeds, and then plant them. I do it every year. I'm trying to better my technique. So I think if I give them a little helping hand, it will really help things. In nature, the plant material works as an insulator that makes it make through the winter. And that's how the seeds survive in the winter if they got plant material. No, if they ain't got plant material, they get vulnerable to animals and the weather conditions and shit like that. So the plant material plays a big role in the germination factor in the wild. Got a substitute for that when you don't got it.
What do you think about that, Frank?
What's that? Oh, you want me to look at the screen?
My
Oh, a little trim tray?
side. That's side leaves. I don't know whether you can see that mesh. Yeah, you can just about see it. And that's full of buds.
Nice. Cool container.
It came from the States. This thing came from the USA. Dude, look. USA.
So that's where all our products are going, overseas.
ATM, 645 South 94th Place, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 53214, 414 area code.
Yeah, that's old school.
This came from the States. We were doing a lot of business with companies in the States, companies in Germany.
A lot of us for trim
The
trays
outfit with
nowadays.
the Civ people came from Huntington Beach, California, a company called United Industries.
Yeah, a lot of us are using trim bin nowadays. It's very similar. It's the same kind of concept, but that's what we use nowadays.
Dude, I could develop a system that was a lot more efficient, that had the tray built into the bottom of the sieve, so I didn't have to fuck around with this silver foil tray underneath.
What you do is get a vibrating massager, one of the back massagers, and you just turn it on and throw it on the top tray.
Yeah, make it shake it.
Yeah. I actually got one I used for that exact reason.
Yeah, but this shaking keeps me kind of fit and supple, you know?
Oh, it's under my thing. Put away.
You're going to do this when the buds are really fucking dry, otherwise it don't work so well.
Yeah, low humidity. If you want to do the dry sift shake method, definitely low humidity.
Well, it's foggy today outside, as you can see, so that's not good for the humidity.
Nah. And best to do it when you're in, like, some of your coldest points, too. So when you're coldest, you're probably going to see your driest.
Yeah.
Cold and dry buds. But normally cold here is associated with moisture
Oh, you
Well,
guys
you
don't
know.
really see freezing? Like where me and Papa are
Weather
at.
since the last 10 years.
Yeah, me and Papa, we fucking freeze right up during the winter. We turn into an
Well, we
Arctic.
used to, but since the global warming, it ain't as cold where you guys are as it used to be. I can guarantee it. You guys used to get colder winters.
We're still breaking records, actually. We broke a couple records this year on the record cold days. So it depends on the year. Some years worse than the other, but this last winter was pretty bad. We broke some records.
Well, in general here, it's just getting warmer and warmer every year. And last summer was like kind of a nice, cool summer. It wasn't too hot. But like you say, it's not every year is different, you know. But the general trend is it's getting warmer.
The big thing that we're seeing around here is we're getting more water. A lot more water than we used to.
Well, you're up near the coast, aren't you?
I'm in a valley up in the mountains up north. It's a big place. I'm hundreds of miles away from the coast.
All right. I'm about 15 Yeah, that's it. It ain't that special, you know. I don't think stuff works anymore for me, this marijuana. I need to kind of find something else to do with my time. I've been smoking this since nearly 40 years.
Change her up. Change up the strain.
Yeah, I mean, I smoke different strains. I'm not really sure what any of this stuff is this year because they were like cheap seeds. I pay like $1.50, $2 a seed for them. So they're probably not like the fancy ones that you pay $6 a piece for. They come in a really colorful packet, you know, these fancy ones.
Some of the best plants I've found have been the cheapest. So the price don't mean anything. That's just boutique shit. Fucking put some packaging on it to sell it. Fucking bells and whistles, you know?
Yeah. And they were okay, but like I say, I can't be sure about the strain, but I mean, it gets me high. Big and lots of crystals on. And the other three were sort of more fancy looking plants. Yeah.
Oh, I think we lost you for a second. You there? Okay. Yeah, you're back.
It's getting weaker, this stuff, you know. They keep busting these them and doing all the stuff they do to me, all this genetic stuff they're doing, but
well, that's the thing. Like, we as individual breeders, we're breeding these plants mostly for ourselves, not others. And so, for you want something specifically for yourself, you're going to have to pretty much breed it for yourself. You're not going to find it on the market because each one of those ones on the market are made for a specific person.
Well, we have a lot of greenhouses here that grow cucumbers.
Oh, we lost him. You were in a bad service, Ashley. I don't know. I think Papa might have stepped away for a second. He's either down or stepped away. I don't know. Yeah, we got full freeze over this year. It changes. The world's never going to stay the same. Like, fucking change is inevitable. The whole planet went for a heat wave for a minute. They say the poles might flip in our lifetime. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I fucking love my weed. It does the job. Yeah, your connection fell. I did a really good job at breeding what I want for myself. It's pretty much what I want. I'm a little off. It ain't perfect. Still use more work. So, but I'm really close to what I was looking for. Over all this weed fucking stinks. It's dank. Wonder if my freak clones are rooted. Wonder if this thing's rooted. I don't think this phone's gonna make it. What thing won't root?
Huh?
You're getting up? Let's go.
Yeah. What? What? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's one of your buds, is it, Frank?
Yeah. You can tell sativa.
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm outside, so I can't see the details. The screen's not bright enough.
There is no details. It looks like shit. It's sativa.
You know how I always fucking the weed. You know, the only way is by smoking it. The only way is getting it in the screen and shaking it and seeing the crystals that come off and putting them in your pipe, and you smoke it. And if it gets hot, and if it ain't, then you know. And if you stop smoking it for 5 days or 10 days, the next time you smoke it, it really hits you. You know, so sometimes you can smoke too much weed. Maybe.
What's too much? A little wet, but I'm gonna try a piece.
Pretty hard kind of thing.
Not bad. Definitely need to dry it a few more days. Some lemon. Go away, dog. I'm dying. Sorry about that. It was hard as hell to hit the mute. I just got fucking annihilated by a lemon bud. Oh.
That was a hell of a fucking hit.
The weather. Chilly. What time the appointment? Oh.
Try to hit off that plant, Papa. Wasn't
Yeah.
bad.
No? Not
No,
bad?
it's very similar to the sample bud, like fucking quite a few days ago. It hasn't changed much in flavor.
No.
Really OG. Strong metal flavor. Tastes like metal or blood.
Really?
Kind of like iron.
Okay.
Good plant though.
Yeah.
I like it. It's
But
definitely my favorite.
It was a beautiful tree.
It needs to dry more for sure. I wanted to taste it.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Go away, dog.
Chili coat. Chili. Hoodie. Hey.
Dog's a pain in the ass. Dude, I'm fried. That fucking lemon did me in.
Yeah.
Nice knowing I got another batch of both of these plants coming. My two favorites. They both made really good smoked lemon in this one. I got clones of both.
Yeah.
I'm debating if I want to keep this one around longer because this is a really good phenotype. Okay. I don't know. I might make some more clones of it. It's hard as hell to clone though. Like, not like, so other freaks are fucking, you have in the past have been easy to clone. This thing's hard as hell to clone. Got to be something I'm doing. I'll figure this fucking cut out. Probably likes a different environment, like I was talking about, or something. One of these. These are good. Smells good. Fucking high as fuck.
Um.
I like this one. This one's going to be the one that catches the fish.
Yeah. It's a nice one. You going fishing today, Frank?
No, I just bought these yesterday.
You did?
Yeah.
You used to have a good sale on fishing lures with Benny's. Remember Benny's?
I got these from Swift Shop. They did a deal
Yeah.
5 for 20.
You guys ever have a Benny's near you?
No.
They used to have good sales on lures and shit all the time. They went out of business a couple years ago.
I don't see any brands or anything on them. But I don't give a fuck what the brand are. The big thing matters the color and the shape.
Good. Guys, I gotta go to the hospital. I gotta go get my MRI done.
All right. Have a good
Talk to you
day,
later.
Papa. Good luck on
Have a
it.
good day. Have a good day. Stay highly medicated. See you, Ashley.